let me, oh, and I should make sure that this is paused. Yep. Here with the grand finale of the Great Ace Attorney. I spelled attorney with an O, like attorney. Cute little otter attorney. We're live. Watch us finally finish this game. We've been reading through for what, like the last year, I think.
Has it been that long?
This game came out a year ago. We didn't play it immediately.
We waited a bit.
But like it's been like at least since fucking like mid-autumn. So, if not a year, it's been like 10 months.
Oh, I've been thinking of since I joined, since this is 2 games.
It's been so long, I forgot you weren't one of the readers on the first game.
I was not around at all, really, for the first game. I think I was in the background for, like, 1.
Okay. I have twat.
You're really good at that.
At what?
No. Oh, you know.
Oh, you know. Here it is if you want it.
I've made my own.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I will retweet that.
All right. Am I sharing to you guys yet? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you, is... You've met her.
This is Dr. Maria Gori.
Has he? Oh, they were in the same room together, yeah.
Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Hold on a moment, I'm still preparing the act for the channels.
Can you read this line like Miet?
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense.
Mama is in jail! Jail 1,000 years!
She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary.
Which is why we have brought them all into the Old Bailey today, to shame them.
She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Someone's clinking their silverware.
I know, I'm trying to get rid of my oatmeal.
Whatever I just said.
You didn't say
It's
anything.
done.
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Ah!
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I was working under Dr. Wilson and advanced the text too fast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Civ is quiet. I will turn Civ up.
I will. Oh, I can't.
It's all right.
Get too loud.
We didn't need that last line anyway.
We didn't need that.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course.
You know, small note, I'm so happy Mikotoba made it to the end because
Yeah!
I love voicing him. He's one of my favorite characters to play in this game.
If it wasn't for his insistence, I read this somehow as Lord Van Zappy's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. Jesus Christ. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
My dad died, and I am mad died.
Dang! But Gregson admitted it before he was killed! He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated.
Yeah, according to you.
Alone? Okay.
All right,
You
Bobby.
were there at the time, so you must testify.
Thank you for the
Oh,
raid, Piff.
Piff rated. Thank you, Piff.
Oh,
Thank you,
Piff.
Piff. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Huh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
Okay?
All right.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom.
Oh, shit.
Remember that.
Ants.
So
Dogs.
about 10 years ago. Get out! No, it wasn't about 10, it was 10 years ago. Can't trust his testimony.
Guilty! All right. While you're doing that, I'm going to get rid of my oatmeal.
Okay. I've just got this piping hot lasagna sitting in front of me. Alright.
Ooh.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Yam, do you want to be this character while Civ is up?
Ah,
You are Yam.
I know. I was muted because I was eating popcorn, but I'm here. There were no other signs of eternal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
When our expression when Ace Attorney does something stupid.
Not this shit again.
I'm Van Zappy.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, identifying his assailant. I should just be more confident. Come on, man.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication?
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ugh.
Staring at him.
Oh! Well, that clears things up nicely.
Laughing like a good guy.
The only fabrication here, Osaki, has come from you.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. You claimed the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
Again, like we know Strongheart did it, but in court, completely fair rebuttal.
I love this comment in chat. He seems like a good guy.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Uh-huh.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end.
Ugh.
The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the truth of the matter.
Can you
So-
stop looking at me?
They never did disclose what the decisive piece of evidence was, did they?
Yeah, I think it's like a part of a sword.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast, a great animal, was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. I'm just going to tell
What?
you, I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise. I'm making myself look pretty.
Well, all right. That's a
Okay.
pretty good argument.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Tut tut!
Lamau.
Whatever.
I am just standing here.
Very well, you may begin counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord.
You didn't call me strongy. I don't like that, so no.
Penalty.
Penalty.
The photo of the banana
Banana. Oh, there it is.
finds the banana. What exactly was it, though? God damn it! The way this game changes up when, like, a third of a case does and doesn't do the start and stop mid-dialogue, and, like, how many times I'm allowed to click to advance the text, it drives me crazy. It's so inconsistent. When exactly was it, though? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful yet dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin
Is that what
Asagi.
those are called?
My father's ring. It was inside the victim's stomach?
Damn, bitch, you don't know anything about anything, huh?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. The 4th ring, sodium chloride. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
Cool math.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence if you knew anything about anything. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
It's so funny. If you told me at the start of this duology, like, what my opinion on Kazuma would be at the end, and, like, how much I enjoy bullying him, I never would have guessed it correctly. Oh, I just noticed this whole time that the guilty thing has been down.
Oh, yeah.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
Nom 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 nom.
What? What is the implication of that sound?
He bit the finger off and ate the ring.
Nom nom nom. They arrested the man right there and then, right before my eyes.
Would they?
Don't you remember, Kazuma? The professor killed people with a horrible beast. Do you remember when you were 8 years old? Do you remember your 8th birthday when you transformed into a werewolf? What?
I don't remember.
Okay, good. I'm making that up.
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. Oh, it's so goth. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. Haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, keep up.
And when was that about, for Kazuma's sake? When was that?
And what is the graveyard adjacent to?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Shall we read something into that?
It's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I'm a stinker.
Where did she go?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well. You may submit it.
I like how over the top evil Strongheart is, but I like that he does play along whenever it's like, fine, you're using my rules, fine.
He's like a fey creature.
He's very annoying. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looked like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Tomato voice.
Okay.
Ooh, scary.
These fat claws are doing a good job. Ain't that the bitch what delivers presents on Christmas Eve?
Sure is. These white people and their fantasies.
Are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you, dumbass.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle.
What the hell is the defense talking about?
What is that?
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Alright, let's take a look. This is nothing special.
Looks like he got it off of a fucking, like, gift store, man. Like a gift shop.
It does. It looks like the kind of ring you'd find in a cereal box.
Yeah.
This thing looks like it gives you fire resistance.
Ha.
Yeah, give me a second. I got a little sauce on my keyboard. I'm getting it off.
A little bit of sauce.
That's a little
I knocked my fork onto the keyboard and it bounced.
Yeah, sure. You just don't want everybody to know that you exude sauce.
Yuck.
Yam, I've been meaning to tell you this.
I can't imagine a worse
yeah?
curse of like sweating marinara sauce.
Could be ranch.
Ooh. Italians.
Could be cream based, and then it would like
Oy, and then you curdle.
Yeah,
Ugh.
real bad. Anyway, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So somebody planted that evidence, yeah? They just kind of
probably
tossed it in there.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether, in fact, this ring really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
Dude, what, Kazuma, like, what do you think happened if your theory is that your father was framed?
Okay, just real quick, we need to give him like a little bit of credit and benefit of the doubt over the fact that when he is not being talked to, he shuts down. His battery turns off and there's no thought. He's not a person when you're not looking at him.
Oh.
He hasn't had time to think.
Hasn't he been thinking for 10 years about this?
No, he was sleeping.
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asagi, and he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there in the victim's stomach. Whoa.
Oh.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
Van Zeeks, I'm getting you off the block right now. You should shut the hell up.
Sweetie.
Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up?
Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up?
What the fuck are you doing right now? This evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report.
Very good, Cosima.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would... he was a throat goat. Would require considerable effort and determination. What? And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone
No, you know
to
what? I'm
contend
gonna
with.
let you get away with that one, actually.
Good.
My brother was a determined man. Death, even more so, I'm sure.
He could swallow anything.
Fat loads!
What?
Benzie, this is cute, but like, what are you supporting here?
My brother could swallow anything.
My brother was metal as hell, you bitch!
He could just conveyor belt bratwurst into his mouth. It was
I've seen him do
unstoppable.
it.
Have
It
you
was
ever
like watching a boat fall off a waterfall. It just disappeared.
Have you ever seen that video of the man who invented the multi-course meal machine, where there's just a conveyor that feeds him an entire meal, and then at the end he just downs an entire eclair without blinking? That was my brother, Clint.
Anyways.
Oh, yes, sorry. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No, he was good at it.
He had vampiric hair.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding myself 10 years ago.
Why didn't you say something at the time?
I fucking did. I did, bitch. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
What can I say, Mikatoba? He's a throat goat. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever heard.
And who wants to be Wilson?
Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikatoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and an esophagus. What is that spelling?
Esophagus.
I know
Like
how
it
it's
says.
I know how it's pronounced. That's not how you spell it.
No, I mean,
Well,
it is in Britain, like Oedipus.
ugh.
Gross. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you?
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm terribly sorry. Jesus fucking Christ.
I scared the shit out of him. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
Sorry, I have this remarkable ability to drop utensils that have a small amount of food on them and have them just, like, skip across the floor like a stone across a pond and get shit literally everywhere. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's your anti-magnetism powers. That's
Well,
the hidden organ that grows in the British.
Well,
It's like
Jello's,
appendix.
while Jello's doing that, Dr. Wilson, can you give me some reasons? You say you have many.
Okay.
No. Let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
I don't know why he said
Well,
it like
actually,
that.
thinking about it more, yeah, that is suspicious.
No, I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father!
No, I didn't.
I didn't say that exactly.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
I know it's a very big word, but Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
I'm eating the ring to check. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Love her.
No! I don't think so! And Dr. Gorey, rest
No,
assured
please.
Well, all right. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
Not if I kill you first.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Ooh. Ooh, esophagus. I don't know if that one was warranted.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
It goes on the finger.
You got
I've
it.
just remembered something. An earlier incident.
That's... Yes, it goes on the finger. Non-ironically, something you would have to set up in an Ace Attorney investigation game.
And then Cosmo would be like, what the fuck's a finger?
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Osagi saving my life.
He had a big ass ring pop on his fingy. I wanted a licky loo.
Ugh.
What?
Let me.
My father saved your life?
You suck so bad, Kazuma.
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night.
I remember Civ pointing out that he had a ring on his finger.
Yeah.
Wink wonk.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden,
Civ is, like, really good at pointing out micro details in, like, evidence and CGs, and then, like, you come to such comically weird assumptions during the testimonies. It's very give and take. It's fun to work on.
It's mostly because I don't actually pay attention to the testimonies. I have a really hard time, like, critically thinking and trying to, like, actually dissect what's going on when I'm voicing it.
Oh, it's really hard.
Yeah.
That's why we're a team.
Wow.
Oh, Mega Pete, you're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Ah, owie! My ears! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
Here, Genshin, let me clean that up for you. I'm a vampire.
Yes, Genshin had taken quite the impact from the gun.
Enough.
It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
His left hand in red? Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen? Jesus Christ, it was stolen from him. They took it. My daddy died.
Zoinks.
you pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
You suck so bad, Kazuma.
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who took it. You stole my father's ring.
This is pissing me off so bad because he literally has no reason to think it's Van Zeek's at this point. Like, not an evidence. No one's been telling him, like, it's not like Strongheart was like, you know who it might be, and coaxing him along. There's just literally nothing to this theory at this point.
I think the point is that he's just letting his emotions rule him.
Well, then he sucks. It's especially weird because it's like, allow me to help you figure out what really happened to your father. You bitch! Like,
I mean, I don't know. I get what they're going for, especially since, like, Ryunosuke and Suzaru are really laying it on thick that, like, he's not acting like himself.
whatever.
As in, he's not thinking clearly.
Cosmo, shut the fuck up.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down that the truth— I'm gonna kill this game. That the truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present at this trial? To hold your fucking hand?
Well,
Devious little smile.
this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself.
Oh, not that bitch again.
It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
If it were like slowly zooming into his face right now, it would be the same energy as the prince from the Swan Prince.
He's having so much fun right now. He's just like, ooh.
That smile is like, mother lets me have 2 scoops of chocolate ice cream. Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asagi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh, I don't know, because it was a kangaroo court? What do you want?
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
They were threatening his
new taking the fall.
Yeah, they were threatening his new daughter, Iris Wilson.
Yes, that is indeed correct.
That's a serious prediction at this point, for the record.
Yeah, it crossed my mind as well.
Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
No spoilers in chat. No hints, no nothing.
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asagi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asagi.
Screen cap that and use it as a reaction.
Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
It's almost like you shouldn't be prosecuting this case at all.
Who let you do that?
Uh-oh, wait, it was me!
Genshin Asagi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
God, fucking stub my toe.
What are you doing back there? Why are you moving? Just stand still.
Kicking. But if that autopsy
Kicking?
was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
He's flossing with victory right now. It's just Fortnite dancing up there.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Luckily, I have a sword. Kills Strongheart. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council? Huh?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon. I'll muse this. What's up? What you got?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
People
What?
die in there.
A reason? There's no way he had a reason.
Van Zeeks, you're on the same side as Kazuma.
I hate him. I hate him so much.
I want him dead, please! Please, Ryunosuke!
Ryunosuke, he has been yelling at me all day. I don't like it. It is startling my bats. Look at them. Opens his vest. There are a bunch of upside down bats shaking.
Opens his vest.
Terribly afraid.
Opens his vest. There's a bunch of pigeons and small hats.
What the fuck are these?
Oh! Silence that would lead him to be convicted and sent to his death.
Ryunosuke, I am so mad at him. I didn't get his dad killed, but I wish I did.
Shut up. Stop talking.
If the autopsy results were an invention,
Ooh,
there's no
front-facing.
conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Ugh.
Just two gay people looking at each other.
I do a little point.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated?
Oh.
If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light.
Yeah.
I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
No.
I mean, it's both of them. That's the
Yeah.
point.
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo.
I can't believe this was enough to create another chance. Just going, what if there was a reason? Oh, ooh, ah! What? Trial concluded. I don't know what you thought that was accomplishing.
If you can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. What are you doing over there? What is this?
Anytime he's not on screen, I'm just gonna picture him in an endless Fortnite dance loop. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent.
I guess we have to present the Asugi papers.
Yeah. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asagi's silence in court?
It's the dismissal report.
Oh, is it? Okay.
The Asuki paper?
The scroll goes so fast. Where is that? It was pretty early. There it is. I want to look at it. Chief order relieved of his post. Okay. Aiding and
Oh,
abetting
because
of
he
the
knew he
escape.
would escape?
Yeah, sure. Okay. It's true that Genshin Asagi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. Yeah, because they were going to do that fake death escape thing. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The note reads, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asagi and the British government.
I don't like where this is going. You can stop.
In
Okay.
exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asagi can be explained in no other way.
What if he was a ghost?
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy?
Yes, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
No. Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
What if they brought back Enoch Drebber?
Holy shit.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
I mean, we summoned the coroner. What's your point?
Oh, wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little... whoa, I love that word! My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough.
Rattle-pated. What an amazing word. I'm gonna use that.
He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Not sure why I'm British now, that wasn't part of it before. Asking Governor Kane did... I can't read anymore either. I'm distracted by the lasagna on my mustache. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that.
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Lot of conveniences for you kids.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
I lied. Guilty.
Feet kicked up eating a cupcake. Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Be angry.
Well, there's something you must know. A judge is wont to lie. If Sholmes can get away with it, why not me?
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
His poses and general shapes remind me of a high-ranking cog from Toontown. It's the shoulders, mostly.
I'm still here.
They both smell.
I am nervous. Leave me alone.
I am stinky. Leave me alone.
Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Aye, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Shut up. Your other persona, if you don't mind. I see what you're doing. I don't need you to say any words.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course.
It's actually really funny. Oh, also, I saw this is the first game in the series that utilized motion cap, which I think explains why so many, like this and the other one, which I think explains why so many people move like JoJo characters.
Yeah. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Lush, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was oh, fuck me, this guy's writing.
Wasn't
anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of someone of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asugi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious, and all likelihood a capital punishment.
Are you for real? In chat, the mocap was done by fucking Zuka? What?
Who?
No way. Fucking Takarazuka.
Who?
The all-female acting troops, the Kageki Shoujos.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
Awesome.
Witness, Governor Caden. Yes, I sure. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder.
You have a critical role to watch, and it's quite lengthy.
I heard shit popped off last night.
Yeah, it did. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak.
Will,
and Professor...
think carefully before you read the Scottish phonemes.
I'm trying.
I'll try my best.
your best. The losers always.
Say it for chat. They don't know
No!
it.
Oh my god.
Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. That movie is right.
I'm gonna put away my lasagna. It'll take like 30 seconds.
Sure. And Prosecutor... I've got to read this for 30 seconds. And Prosecutor Osugi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
Oh, perfect.
If anyone knows what that line is from Sean Connery, I'll be very impressed.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way, so you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Oh, well done, person in chat. Not that pure vessel. Good for you. And Pineapple, well done. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Osugi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Oh, come on. Go. There we go.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. He was very athletic. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asugi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Well...
Actually, I'm Scottish, sorry. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you sailing? Are you? Oh, no, you're not. Sorry, there's something in my eye.
No, I've got a little boat. I like it.
Oh. Are you saying...
my coffee.
That was the jailbreak plot.
Aye, that's
that
right.
way, whenever I'm blowing off my coffee because it's too hot, it makes the boat sail.
And every time it gets blown on it, it splashes more sugar in there. It's very nice. It was a wonderful gift.
Guilty!
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't. I didn't that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nae a thing about the professor, case that was nae unusual in some way. Fuck me, this guy's hard to read. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see.
What if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office?
Van Zieks is a prosecutor! That bastard!
Whoa.
No, calls him off.
Then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asugi and that office. A jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asugi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
I like to imagine Van Zieks just kind of leans over and kicks the other guy a little, just like, eh.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord? Oh, fucking Christ.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Yes, obviously. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Oh, Ryu! It seems that...
This is a neutral statement.
Yeah, I guess. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Everyone in the racism council looking at each other. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Not good.
I think you could have done better.
Thank you, John Racism.
By that you mean worse, yes?
Fucking no. Ugh.
I'm gonna go pee. BRB.
Ding, 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 ding.
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
Do you know Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape? Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Whoa! Excuse me. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention?
There's two of them.
I think he means like something you're conventionally expected to do as part of the role. What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
We get it. Take a break. Kids, can you lighten up a little? But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him... No! I know, I'm just trying to read it. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true!
If whoever negotiated with Asugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
What happened in that vast chamber of secrets that this is Barclay behind the high prison walls? I don't know if I read that correctly, but whatever. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Sure you know about the Chamber of Secrets. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
Enough! Hush! Bang, bang, bang!
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asugi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Judge, I go on then.
Caden! Angry! Okay.
Oh, now we do the Asugi papers?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because he talked about this is my final chance or whatever.
Objection. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Oh. Yam?
Sorry, my hotkey for my mute broke.
Oh.
That's true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors. Anyway.
Oh.
I was gonna say, did you swallow the key? Is that why it's broken?
Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Havers! The fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asugi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. Turns out that Mr. Asugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
I love the noises you're making, Civ, but this guy is not reacting vocally at all.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can't touch me now.
Ah!
When Mr. Vigil,
Lads,
also
please.
bailiff, when Mr. Vigil caught sight of what of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asagi pleaded with the warder.
Please.
All right then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
I'm not a weapon.
You absolute fucking weapon.
Weapon.
A weapon?
And no, it was a dry pen he used to draw on it. After the convict's stupid joke, and after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asagi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asagi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Cheese?
I don't know. I don't trust it.
Yeah, I don't like that. What the blazes you blethering about?
Like, it's probably just a Scottishism and not a slur, but it sure sounds like a slur,
Yeah,
right?
I don't like it. The will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell, where I said it would be.
Ow, 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 ow,
Ow, ow, ow. It's only hitting my ear, actually.
ow.
Ow!
It hit my hand.
Is he, you know... But how can that be? Where in his cell?
Nah, he's been living on the streets to support his wife. I don't think he's, you know.
Listen, he could be bi.
He could be bi.
We all searched the place from top to bottom. Stop it.
Well, you
Enough.
didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely wally galoot.
Oh, you weakling.
Did you just cast a spell on me?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you for, did I know? Young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asagi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Kazuma, Mr. Asagi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given any the convict it's not good.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Yeah! As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. In fact, it was below bar.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
I mean,
This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
to what end would he
No,
lie?
I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asagi Papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
You fucking document! If Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago, he lost everything, very nearly his own life.
Oh,
And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
Oh, why
Oh,
be
yep.
turning?
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the
bullshit.
prosecutor's office.
It's absolute. It's absolute higgledy-piggledy bonkeroos.
what did you say?
Higgledy-piggledy bonker. You heard me. Oh, conkers.
Testify.
No spells in the courtroom! Stop! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Don't ye my courtroom. Courtroom.
It's made of cardboard.
The spell is working.
Yes, good.
Oh my god, I don't like it!
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asugi and kept watch over his cell. Then after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Husky papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Isn't that I thought there was a kind of lizard on an island, a kimono dragon.
Enough out of you. Hang on. I'm gonna turn my alarm off.
In his kimono? That's a lie.
Yeah, I didn't see a lizard.
We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar the once? Eh? You weave waffinger?
I think Waffinger, probably.
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than
Are you drunk? Oh my god, they just recycled the animation.
I think, I've just, I bet you didn't know I have psychic powers, did you?
Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared?
Shut up, Will.
Hey, you two get mad
I don't
at
want to know what you said. Ah!
No!
Little and large, what a double act.
We complied with Osagi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan.
Oh, shit.
As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye.
Except his ring, I guess.
Aye. And you can deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
I don't know, I was 8 when I last saw him.
Yes, there's no mistaking that this is my father's brushwork.
Oh yeah, it might be calligraphy. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
Bill.
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Ooh!
Yes, my lord.
Ryu, what are you doing over there, buddy?
I don't know!
You having a good time?
No!
Sorry, I keep pinching you. I have like one of those little like grabby things where it's like little T-Rex head. I got a long one. I give it a little pinch every once in a while.
What I wouldn't give.
I get a pinch.
What I wouldn't give to have a mod where you replace his gavel with one of those in Mr. Osagi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Haruma, the famous sword of the Asugi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
The shitty soul of my shitty family.
I don't doubt it, but I really wasn't getting at that. Forget about being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
No.
Respectful silence.
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles.
I read that as the warders carry firecrackers at all times, just in case they want to have a party.
You could not have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, if he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri ink stone, A black sumi ink and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
Honestly, if you manage to find those things in London, fucking
London.
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mash of jet black earthworms to me.
Earthworms!
Oh,
I remember this worm.
I have worms. It's all coming back to me.
Gross. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Don't tell me why. Mr. Vigil.
Sir! It was scarlet, sir.
Oh, blood.
What?
Oh, the ink.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it was the ink on his hands.
The
'cause remember-
ink!
Yeah.
It was the ink, you dumb bitch!
I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
For all of my nitpicking at this game, it has not given us a fucking ink contradiction.
No.
Tummy hurty.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance, possibly. Oh, possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. He's spinning.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
No.
Permission granted.
Whatever. I love the way you're portraying Star. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was scarlet.
Oh, that's new, but yeah.
Oh, that's new. Okay.
As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Okay.
Or maybe it was blood.
Yeah, because if he had a sword, he could, like, write it at least with that.
I
that's
remember,
true.
I don't remember what scene they're referring to or what instance or whatever, but I do remember somebody saying that a guy had red stuff on his hands.
Recent scarlet ink stains.
Oh.
Little and ring fingers of the right hand.
So Clint wrote it.
Mm.
Aww.
I would love this case to actually have a twist in it. It kind of feels like we already know everything and are just working through it. Scarlet-covered writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. That was hard for me to read. Is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Have us again! You no evidence to say that!
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother Clint's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it.
It says he's dead.
Who's dead? It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
What are you reading, Cosmo? That's not the documents I'm holding.
No, sorry, he has the widescreen version of the document.
Scarlet ink?
A study in scarlet? Now, I'm not
Probably the joke, yes.
I'm not familiar, nor familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
Oh, sorry.
I
remember something.
At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Insane that I would remember that detail. But Clint was punctilious?
Yes.
About such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting? that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks, your brother, was writing moments before his death.
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil, fuck it!
Sir!
When you spotted Mr. Asugi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
A last will and testament.
That's all information we had.
No, I think the point is he said a last will. It's not Genshin's. It's his brother, Clint.
Yeah, Clint.
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asugi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asugi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
No.
What?
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's a fun twist.
My eyeball.
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zieks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night.
Or was he the professor?
Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea...
So, like, Van Zieks is the Reaper of the Bailey, and he's like, no, I'm not actually the Reaper, I'm, like, investigating him. What if that was Clint with the professor, though? But he actually was the professor.
He-hoo.
The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asugi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Literally something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak. Blah, blah, blah.
I love that he was like, you can't touch me. I've got this document. And they weren't just like, give me that. We have guns.
Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. No. It couldn't be. Piff is now playing Monster Prom 2? Monster Camp?
I would like to put this trial on hold because I've heard that's got multiplayer and I would like to play. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody... Wait.
Phantom will.
Oh,
sorry.
Me too, Will. I was like, what?
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
I got you guys.
Thank you. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will, nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
No, okay.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asugi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue!
The reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too something.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult this situation might become, You work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asugi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Yunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was, in fact...
A confession?
Yeah, it's a confession, right?
This is good.
Yeah.
I like this. This is neat.
Yeah, this is fun.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Enough, Council! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But this is the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asugi at all.
You can't be suggesting...
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself.
Okay, I'm a little proud for calling that just in time.
Holy shit! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
Oh, fuck! Oh, shit!
Okay, Van Zieks, it was a paragon of justice in the capital.
Oh, bitch! Bitch! Bald! Bald!
My brother.
Oh my god, the wham line of the game all along was my brother, Clint!
This is too awful. Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
Yeah, cry me a river. I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order! Order in the court!
Lord Van Zieks. This isn't even worth that reaction I just had, but I just imagine him going, Lord Van Zieks, sorry to yuck your yum, but I'm afraid it's the truth.
Is that a slur? What is that?
How does it feel, my learned friend? The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. That hound's name? Barak Van Zieks.
No, the reason he made me a vampire.
It can't be. Tell me,
That can't be it.
did your brother own a dog?
Yes, murder.
His name was Murder!
Yes, he did.
Whenever he said he had to go murder, I thought he was just playing with the dog.
In a way, he was.
Oh my god.
Balmung.
Hey.
He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Didn't come up?
They mentioned it, but not the name. Yeah, sorry.
I don't believe this.
When my brother, Clint, would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung.
Oh, so you're like rich, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Though, sadly, Some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
This is a book!
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Yeah. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B for Balmo.
Man, was your brother, like, what a bad murder weapon, frankly.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B? I thought it was initial D.
Oh my, you know that show?
Yes, déjà vu. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What?
What?
Oh, that's you.
That's me. What? The Baskerville. Why is that name coming up now?
You are Ryunosuke Baskerville? I've heard of you. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage.
And I put it on my dog.
What's the widow up to, out of curiosity?
You think I pay attention to women? There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmong's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' widow?
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
Holy shit! Bollocks! Bangers and mash!
I went to the restroom. What happened? Did I miss anything?
An uncomfortable amount of beans!
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself.
That actually is pretty much the only thing it could have been, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British
Society. Wow, that sentence was like an obstacle course for me for some reason.
Happens.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
Fucking Christ, guys.
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth as a treat.
A dog treat? Throws a dog bone at him. What the hell is this? Ah!
Balmung, you're back! Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was!
Was he?
He's a bad...
Was he? You know!
Lord Clint Van Zeeks, your brother, was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint.
My brother.
Bro, I am just standing here.
Goodness.
Oh, God. Oh, Clint, Van Zeeks, do you need a little handkerchief? No, I have a bat for that. It's like blows into a bat.
This is still you, I think, as Strongheart.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order.
Yo, there is this, I can't recommend the, YouTube show Extra History enough. There's a great special on the Thief Taker General, which is like the name of the title that preceded the, what, before there were police. And literally, the dude was just a real-life Moriarty motherfucker who controlled all of the cops and all of the criminals.
and it's a really interesting story. I recommend watching that.
But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clinton Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness.
Japanese writers stopped using the word darkness to mean all evil. Challenge failed again, boys.
Darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed
by a beast. Me.
It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
What do you think, dude?
Oh, 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Osugi, turned up at my office one night with a partridge in a pear tree. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the state. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Osugi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Osugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Hope that clears things up. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
Was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged for this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it. I ordered that, yes, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Yep, still got these.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Osugi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
It looks like Strongheart is just looking at the fish and chips like, what the hell are those? I've always wondered.
Can you share? And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey.
So, not to be the world's worst devil's advocate, surprisingly kind move of the British aristocracy and the British judiciary system after pinning the murder of a lot of aristocrats on a visiting Japanese student, not to make that straight up public.
Not to make it public, yeah.
Like,
it's the only silver lining.
So that
well, it was because of the rocky foreign relations at the time.
Yeah, I know.
Remember?
I'm still surprised though, frankly.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, it was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy.
And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asagi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
Again,
Yeah,
you were
he was
8.
going to die.
He was going to die. Like, I honestly wish that, like, Naruhodo and Kazuma were, like, honestly nearing, like, 30, just so that, like, I don't know, it's, like, very weird to me that all, like, Kazuma's like, I knew my father so well. You were 8. You were 8.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
Uh-oh. What weakness?
He
Well,
was
you
a
see, he was
fire
steel
type.
Oh.
Yeah. Your joke
Isn't
was
it-
more accurate.
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asagi.
Me?
Yes, your name's Kazuma Asagi.
Woo!
Woo!
Yes, woo, very exciting.
Ooh.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asagi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
Bro, look at his nose. What a good nose.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asagi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asagi?
Kazuma. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
I'm still.
Sorry.
Can I
Oh.
get off the stand? Okay.
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart?
No, it was a little girl named Iris Wilson.
Do you think it's me? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
Are you admitting to, like, a bunch
Everything?
of murders? Because
Oh,
that's...
he super is.
It kind of sounds like it.
What brazen nonsense.
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
No, that's your brother, remember?
Clint. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson.
Scythe, who I keep forgetting about in this case.
My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
Will having more and more fun with this monologue.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I interrupted me. I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. One more time, I wasn't listening. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess. It was I who sired the concept of the Reaper.
But it was all Gregson who did the murders. I never asked him to do that.
I'm still a sweet boy. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
I don't know, it's not that bad.
But still, you know.
Oh, fuckers.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago.
Except me just now.
Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present
to an invitation to my birthday party, which is today.
Yippee!
Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. My lord, she's dead. She what?
I love it that he's just like, yeah, I did it. Do you morally disagree with my actions, though? Very ballsy card to play at this point.
I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks.
No, I won't date you. What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So, I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all.
Well, you're a prosecutor and everything seems to slip by you.
That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
I am being bullied.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. Strong bones.
Strong
At
heart.
that time. Dad? At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry of their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, Clint, it was a source of great turmoil.
Makes me smile every time.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother, Clint, did not appear to be himself, Clint.
It's the same, like, stick with me here. It's the same reason I find the, all the small things come cover really funny, because you know what the punchline's gonna be, but like they change up the timing of the delivery just enough every time to keep you on your toes. And that made you suspect.
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time.
Whoa, what?
It was he who had recognized my brother's potential. Clint, of course, trained him as a prosecutor.
Have you ever seen that video of, it's in Spanish, but it's like a guy trying to do like a filmed at home, like how to self-defend yourself against like bladed weapons or whatever from close range, and it's like him and I don't know, his nephew or cousin or something, and repeatedly he's just talking to the camera, and then his nephew will like show how his stance is wrong and just stab him from another angle, and it's cut so fast that they keep doing that, and eventually you can tell like he has lost his right to hold weapons, so he just keeps slapping the other guy. Yes, that you doing this Clint joke is the equivalent of that.
No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother, Clint, could have killed his friend and mentor.
I don't know, my friend and mentor's Kazuma, and I could kill him right now.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asuki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asuki, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Oh. And the wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate.
Huh.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
I'm surprised you're even going to do that, to be honest. Objection.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
Objection.
I know that wimpy voice.
Do I hear a bitch on the wind?
No, it's me. Thank you.
There it is again.
Thank you. Looks at hand. Kazuma.
Me?
Me?
Looks
Bryan Cranston? Me?
Looks at other hand. Yes. If it wasn't for you, wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid...
I don't like Kazuma.
I'm afraid I must insist that the trial continues.
I beg your pardon?
As the court has already been reminded... Jesus Christ. As the court has been reminded today already. I keep doing that where, like, the corner of my eye catches a word from, like, the back half of a sentence. It is like, it's not grammatically incorrect to say that now. And it's like, listen. As the court has been reminded of today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, Clint. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is this contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something else. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. Are you really going to show me this again?
I
caught it. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Council. They may very well prove fatal.
What? Strongy?
What?
Oh, Ryu, I'm sorry. I was in the moment. I forgot it. I thought it was Cosima again getting mad at me.
Let's hug it out. Let's get over here. Get over here, big guy.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Cuff him!
No.
Get him now!
Smash!
Get the breast pocket! You will not find the 3-page will! You will not! You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
It's only 2 pages.
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asagi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were, the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally, there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden? What can I do for you, sure? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, like squirrels of that to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd page was a message to this lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we would nay have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? Sure, it was decided that the 3rd page ought nay be sent.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Council. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me right now. This is very fucking convenient.
Lord Strongheart, why do you have that?
Lord Strongheart violently shits himself.
My father's message!
He does that animation where he stands up and doves come out from behind him. I am shitting and farting!
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asagi's last words to his son be read out before... Just do it.
Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence here.
We're killing it. You and me, Will.
We got this.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then, Governor Caden.
I love that Strongheart just is like, fine. Every time he's like, fucking fine. Let's do it.
Oh, I guess they don't know what it says, so...
You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sure! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read worm language.
Worm language?
This beautiful writing. Shame on you, Barry.
Hello, I'm here.
Who's that? Camera pans over.
He stole my dance!
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father?
You can read!
Papa?
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba?
They won't let me out.
Why would I leave? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. You have unlocked 300 Primo Gems for the maintenance downtime.
Yes, I remember it 10 years ago. It was a rough weekend. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
I was angry. It was a rough weekend. I was sitting there waiting for the update, and they said it would happen at a time, and I'd wait 2 extra hours. 2 hours! Guilty!
I was promised Diluc!
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem. Twist that golly, what could it mean?
Father.
What is Karuma? It's been...
Really?
I gotta say, it's pretty unthinkable that he would be carrying around that sword, obviously not for the past 6 months, but for the past 10 years, assumedly, and not been able to feel it rattling around in there. Especially if it were a prized sword which he had been taking apart and cleaning and, you know, caring for.
I think it's insane that it even made it back to Japan with the letter undiscovered inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the sword, guys. He's only said it like 4,000 times.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna tell us all what the sword is? Thanks, Kazuma. Thanks, buddy.
It's a cutting device. It's incredibly effective against living things.
It's usually made with metal and is sharp.
Oh, I hope this isn't my brother Clint's blood.
It's not. Okay.
It's
not. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's the professor's victim. He must have been pecked apart by a dog or something.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay.
Everyone go home!
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom.
Honestly, he has.
Yeah.
True.
However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
I thought you said, despite all of that, no one has been nice to me.
On my birthday!
You will all sing the birthday song now!
Happy birthday to you.
No, copyright it! In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Who?
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart just uses it as a handkerchief to dab his eyes.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
It's my fucking birthday!
We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
What about Inspector Gregson, then?
What about Gregson?
And Dr. Wilson.
Who's Wilson?
They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
Gregson was for sure a criminal.
Yeah.
Like, Gregson plotted multiple murders. He's definitely a criminal. Which I still think is dumb and weird. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
Fair enough.
Speedwagon will not withdraw coolly, actually.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case...
Objection.
I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Okay, that's a bit much. I like that he's got them Charlie Brown shirt sleeves. Just,
is there a reason you're trying so much to wrap this up as quickly as possible?
No, my pants are not beshat anyway. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
To present some decisive... Yes, obviously. I don't know, let's wait and see. I'm gonna feel this one out. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time! It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that has escaped everyone else's attention.
Call me a gentleman.
He called you a gentleman.
Nonsense.
Just, they're like leaning in. Can we take a sidebar? My lord, can we take a sidebar? Do you think he's interested, right? Do you think he's interested?
For after. Just wait until things die down. You know.
A little bat like what's up?
Oh my gosh, he's a gentleman.
Yeah. And then across the room, Kazuma's like, Ryunosuke, are you cheating on me? You came back from the dead and didn't hit me up for several days. So, I have moved on, Kazuma.
You literally brought me over here to Britain to kind of like, you know, stand up for you in court, so whatever.
Yeah, sorry, Kazuma, he's so over you.
Kazuma, oh, this is all your fault! Throws a sword at Renseeks.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
What do you have? Put that out of your mouth!
Like I was talking to a dog, I'm sorry.
I dare say I have a new boyfriend. The final, decisive piece of evidence. Man, what a quintessentially Ace Attorney joke at the very last minute. What do you have? And replacing the final evidence, a boyfriend. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
Oh, can you?
Move on, come on, man.
Really?
Decisive?
How could you?
Well, it would appear
I
there's...
thought we had was special!
Yeah, me too. But apparently it wasn't. Sorry. You didn't communicate with me.
Sorry, girlfriend. I just snap, but I do have little hands. Oh, thank you.
Ryu, I can change!
Oh, girl, it's too late.
That's the problem, Kazuma. You have changed.
No!
It doesn't break down.
Well, if that bullshit is over, it would appear there is no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Love this comment in chat. Bats famously have massive hands that are wings.
That's an arm. Mighty yeah, come on, we get it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Can you imagine,
dum-dum.
after that decisive moment, Ryunosuke goes, hang on, what if this solves everything? And just breaks his own neck. Oh, sorry. I can't go history.
Also, people in chat, the voice is not for Kazuma, the little Elmo voice. It's for the bat.
It's for the bat.
He talks.
Keep up with our bit bats.
Our lore, come on.
What are you, Kazuma?
I'm sure you're probably there.
That's the meanest thing you've ever said to chat.
The sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt.
Listen, I've had to endure this bullying
It's true.
this whole time.
It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
What do you mean you believe? Kashira.
Because there's different ways you can read it.
Okay. So Mr. Asugi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... I was fucking bluffing. I didn't even think of this.
Ah!
A snack!
No, you'd hear that. You definitely feel that.
Oh,
Absolutely.
you super would. Look what's inside of it.
Is that... tightly wound sheet of parchment.
There's no way Kazuma would have not found that.
It just says
There it
gullible
is,
on
quick
it.
confession.
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! Ah, the speckled band! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Burping!
Mr. Nihil's signature at the end!
Clint
Clint
Van
Van
Zee. And the date, 10 years ago, on that. Who dates this?
For 10 years,
Not
it's been
Ryunosuke
silently
anymore.
Concealed inside Karama, and nobody knew.
Ow!
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks!
My brother.
Your brother!
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
His handwriting's so nice.
It's gonna be like, it was Lord Strangheart, actually. We got it. Oh, I can't read it yet, so we're just gonna.
I think they probably want to read it in cutscenes.
Yeah, read it.
That's the correct thing. That's good. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only.
I just found it.
I have it right here.
Only, I have it right here.
One more
Discovered
thing.
just moments ago.
Impossible!
Here
That can't be!
comes.
Everything.
Here it comes.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. Look at this nice guy here.
Oh, hey, wow.
My fave.
This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Ooh.
My brother Clint's last will and testament. Where did you find that? Did no one see me do that?
It was rolled up well, good, since he tried twisting his own head first. It was rolled up inside this. I'm so dumb!
Inside Karuma?
I'm
How
the
did you get that
dumbest
from me?
character in all of Ace Attorney! That ultimate weapon Genshin Asugi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
I think the right time was 10 years ago, actually. I'm just saying that. Why does he get a wrist communicator?
The signature and seal. That's not the right voice.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother Clint's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Genuine question, can you guys, like, recognize a person's handwriting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Okay. I'm shitting and farting.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain this will explain everything.
Real? That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country! I demand that you hand it to me at once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect! Clear the courtroom! Oh my God, do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon?
Possibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Don't be angry.
Well, Clint Van Zeeks really did pin a whale that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out now!
No!
We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. Idiot.
I activate my eye lasers.
Wrong one!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it! The prosecution gives its full support.
Oh, good. That was really the deciding factor.
Yeah, we were just waiting on you, man.
You also have my support.
Thank you. Very well, then.
No. For God's sake! No!
Drops a coin in his mouth. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Arsagi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may impart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese... I guess I should do... It'd be fun to have this transition into actual Clint's voice. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese truly are a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Arsagi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Cool parting line.
Good parting line.
Good party, it's my birthday. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but someone was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. There's probably a breakdown coming up, which means it's going to auto-scroll, so good luck, Will.
Got it.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed until now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother, Clint's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint, my brother, had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, The Reaper, the Professor. The name makes no difference.
Why was he called the Professor, by the way? That's been bugging me for both games, and I've just been fucking
He had a
waiting for-
doctorate
It's
in
entirely
murder.
just because it was a reference. It's
I literally thought you were
there's
gonna
no
go, because he had a dog!
A dog turret! As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Osagi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgrave Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Osagi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough!
Seishiro, you fool.
As you know, Osagi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Trevor. Why didn't you just shoot him?
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night...
Probably Strongheart.
Blast! If people find out what the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire.
That's also you. You're Jigoku.
Oh, God! Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Osagi at once! He can't live now this has happened! He has to go!
Why wouldn't you kill Drebber?
Yeah, that is bizarre. What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished! Forever!
Shoot Drebber?
Yeah, why would you not shoot? This is bizarre. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
I wonder if someone's behind me. Oh my goodness! I thought those were loudly arguing ghosts.
Jigoku shot Osagi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat.
Why didn't you shoot the grave robber?
So someone brings up in chat, it makes more sense to kill Osagi because he's already, quotation marks, dead. But if you kill another guy who was alive earlier that day,
it's gonna draw suspicion.
You gotta
situation.
Yeah, you gotta figure out what to do with that. That's a whole new problem. So
just throw him in the grave.
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah.
So then you have a missing person, and it's
he had a missing person. He had made a deal with Two Spells to go to there, so she probably and she was around there at the same time.
He doesn't know that though.
That's true.
No, I thumbs down this.
Okay.
He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Osagi's body back in the grave from which he'd emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Osagi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
What's that adjacent to?
Barclay Prison.
Run by Governor Barry Caden.
I can't believe I just got that.
Yeah. Yeah, something else, all right. You want a map? It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asagi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
You coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard?
Yes, idiot.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
Soundly. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme!
Objection. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death!
Oh yeah, that's what I said.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had to kill as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
But there's no way I could have covered up the death of Enoch Drebber!
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
Me?
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand. No. Not to mention Genshin Asagi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
And it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! Same one again?
Same one again.
All right.
Good.
Who is that sleeping on? Uh-oh.
God, he really is Damon Gant.
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance!
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English! Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness!
Rod, keep your mockery!
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
Are we doing
Is this
this?
the plan?
Are we?
Is this the plan?
What? I'm not.
What?
I'm not entertaining this.
It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime.
Collusion.
I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
This is exactly what the final boss of AAI 2 tried to do, and it was so dumb, and I hope they do it better. Which is to say, I hope someone just goes, shut up, and the case ends.
Hey, Will, I've been alone up here on the moon for a while. But please make yourself at home.
Jello,
yes.
look through the telescope. You can see our dear loves.
Hello.
Hi.
Little aliens.
But like a moon, I can change! I promise!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? That's still...
I want Van Zeeks to
was
pull
too
out his old gun and just
encouraging.
shoot him.
That's still what? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present.
I posit the only crime is murder. There are no other crimes. So it is done. Gavel, gavel.
He's onto something. I've committed many crimes.
What?
You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there require at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
So I dare you, one of you, just try and kill me right here, right now.
Okay.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me.
This is the part where juror number 3 from the very first case comes in with his knife and just stabs this dude.
Yeah.
If that happens, this game would get a whole 2 extra points out of 10 from me.
If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen?
You would go to jail.
No, they'd all go to jail.
No.
To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself.
Moon fumes don't take long to kick in, do they?
That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with the prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt.
Good.
Oh no.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Wasn't it good that this is the closed court?
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals.
Yeah, now 1 in 10 of them are criminals, but then 9 out of 10 nobles are.
It's not the same. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. Darkness. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life.
Yeah, but whose fault was that?
That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
Kill him!
Darkness, so much darkness.
You know, it would have been really interesting to have one of your defendants who was innocent get out of a trial and get killed, right? Because the fact that it's only people who are guilty, it's like, well, he do be a little right, though.
Yeah, that is a big problem.
Are you here? Susoto, you hearing this shit?
Is this the will of the British judiciary?
This is blood.
And so, with pants beshat, I take the courtroom.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my strong heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased!
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Well, I mean, clearly the court agrees that it's okay to kill overwhelming criminals that you can't put away, so we kill him.
Nosuke.
Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Almost out of options, I think. There really is only one path left open to me. The one path that is left
You got
open
it.
to me.
Sholmes' little thingy.
You're right.
I thank all of you that this is one small step for man and one giant leap in logic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
we have touchdown.
As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. My armband. Look at this little guy.
Our last piece of evidence, Mr. Strongheart, it's not really your birthday, is it?
What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. He suppose now this is how Iris sees him. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring to the poor doll's ears.
Oh, sorry, I was just wondering, what do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now?
I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right.
No, it's now.
Oh, to become a proper gentleman, you must really learn stoic patience, but I know you're not ready to be a gentleman.
I'm not ready to be a gentleman yet! Man, I'm still a little sad that, like, legitimately the best assistant in the entire Ace Attorney franchise at large is Luke Triton.
Is Luke Triton.
Oh, my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you'd had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Oh, I thought you were just gonna be like, Sholmes has been recording all of this.
Yeah.
So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave.
All right, here goes. Heave!
Oh, my dear fellows! Must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice!
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here!
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo,
No.
It's Mr. Sholmes in a
Kinesis.
hologram.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. You're looking...
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Hatsune Miku!
Your intentions... Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna be like, well, I'm not technically here, so you can't kick me out.
It's just, there's one more person who hasn't yet made their introduction to the court. Sekaide.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons!
This is fucking stupid, by the by.
This is bullshit! You've been warned once already, man!
What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord!
Hey, Macarena.
Just go right through him.
Afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Oh, Jesus.
This is fucking stupid.
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmits it instantly to another place.
Ah, yes, quite. Well, anyway, I'm God and can do whatever I want.
I've been to the moon. I didn't see you.
Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very
You
day.
guys could change the very nature of human technology. And
How are you not making rent?
Yeah, no shit.
modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes.
We
Can you
couldn't-
fuck off already?
We couldn't make a teleporter, but I
No!
can make a hologram.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being modest.
Do you mean to say that you're not actually here, Sholmes? Finally.
Van Zeeks is like, this is the devil.
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
I like to think that Van Zeeks is the kind of old-timey person who is like afraid of telephones and electricity and shit and thought it was like evil.
Except he's grasping to stand to steady himself after your shock or fuck it.
Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
What is going on?
He starts exercising him.
Wouldn't be the first
My
time.
courtroom. What? Sorry.
Go ahead, doesn't matter.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Damn me. Oh, that's me.
Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. I saw an S and my brain went, yep.
That's okay, I've done that before. Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? Good job, Cosma! Thank you! The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Yes, Garden of Eden. Oh, sorry, the
Yes.
Olive Garden of Eden.
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
I have had a very busy last 48 hours, you see.
Let me tell you.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace!
What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, Aloha is now playing Final Fantasy XIV online. Is
Which you can play
Iris
for
with
free
you
up to
there?
Heavensward.
Oh, well, now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty.
Her mother?
And not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
You had an audience with her grave?
One letter off.
You see, you tried to tell everyone the Queen had died, but I, at her grave, saw her coming out in the Iron Mask. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace. Guys, I just want to take a moment. Just a collective moment to appreciate the serendipity of these circumstances. Let's soak in it for just a mo. Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London. Was Her Majesty the Queen's residence?
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. An apt description.
For you.
The closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
You showed her.
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
Meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
I'm here now.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk and blah blah blah, whatever, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all.
Why aren't you
Every
wearing
child-
your ear thing?
Oh yeah. Maybe they didn't
I-
want to model it in because it's considered like a secondary model on top of his.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You.
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion.
She hasn't spoken in the last day. Not sure why.
About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No. I was merely.
I'm the queen now! So sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Iris, there you are!
You're so small.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably.
Oh, look at how bummed Iris is. She was going to read it.
Aww.
You suck,
Forthwith,
Sholmes.
And with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Don't you hate it when the administration comes in and makes changes when they have no idea what's going on at the ground level?
Yeah.
Male Strongheart. The darkness, the bees you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years. It's a thing of the past now.
This is the worst episode of Undercover Boss.
After today, your brand of law and order has no future. Because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
A will pops out of it.
Oh.
Get his ass!
Oh my god!
No. No.
Aw, boo.
Oh, wait!
No. No.
Ah!
Alright.
Everyone's dead.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here.
Thank God there was no jury.
Rest in peace, Strongy.
Whew.
Oh,
Aww. You looking a little shabby there, love.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asagi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who are you, Kazuma? Follow along.
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asagi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Well, then you're very stupid.
I mean, do you really think they know how katanas work?
I think they would take all 3 of the items on his person and rip them apart looking for that item, frankly.
What pains me now is that my brother, Clint, left this world without a word to me.
Every time. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry.
Who do you think your bats are?
Oh. How can that be? My wonderful little bats.
There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
We didn't
You
read
didn't
it for
read it?
some reason. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you will follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
No.
I don't know.
Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death.
And our daughter.
With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
My brother.
My niece, Iris.
Clint, my brother.
I have no feelings on this.
I'm wet. Just in general.
Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Except Dr. Scythe for some reason. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
I don't know. To ascend to the very peak of the moon. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General.
Eternal General!
I had plans. I assure you.
I know a necromancer, it's fine.
I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
Look at you.
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Like 17.
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
It turns out that teleportation machine does work. That's how we got him here.
I'm thoroughly with Strongheart on all this. Innocent.
Innocent? My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I've witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east.
Kazuma, thank you!
Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations? Yeah. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What I'm saying is I called it. I called it right from the start.
I wasn't racist at all.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of new people.
Japanese!
After the circumstances of my brother's death, you know, Clint.
I like unconsciously rolled my eyes so hard I felt it.
Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo.
Whack.
Allow me to apologize for my countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
I do like, it's just like, apologize for all my discourtesies after pray forgive the discourtesies, but still racist.
Mm-hmm.
Still racist.
Still racist.
He's a 10, but...
But...
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. Name 5.
Me.
Nope. No.
Nope.
My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Otto, who helped me to study to become a lawyer.
Oh, that's me!
This racist. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the art of true deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
He's crossing his fingers as he says it.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. Ooh, what a relief.
I
Thought
actu-
you would skip me there.
I haven't gotten to
I believe you're
I haven't
not
gotten to
mentioning
Iris yet. Yeah.
I've been the one feeding you. I have been the one cleaning your dirty underpants.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Doubt, Dudo. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. Good. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
Oh. I'm sorry, are you talking in the
Are you
middle of
getting
my
in on
big
this?
monologue?
Are you? Wow, shut the fuck up.
Why don't you
So
show me your
sounds-
invitation, Cosima? Did I invite you to speak?
If I could pop in real quick, it sounds like you might be agreeing with me.
Is there any way I could get out of this?
Come on, Queen's still listening, right?
Come on, just say it. Yes, Queen.
Please.
I want to hear you say it.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the bees take hold. And from there they grow, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true.
Ooh!
So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Straight?
I thought in that pose, holding his hat down, Sholmes was gonna disappear like a ghost of a mentor
Yeah,
who was
he was
like,
never really
well done.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much. Why? Thanks. What was that for?
Well, you get mad at me every time I speak, so I thought maybe if I just gave a polite little bow,
No, you thought wrong.
that would go uncontested. For you, I'm trying. Please.
Oh no, girlfriend, I get to call him Ryu.
I was just sitting here.
The girls are fighting.
I'm very content with just my bats.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Bye! Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zieks.
Hang on real quick. My computer says it's raining now. I want to look. I want to see if it's raining. It is.
Can you show me?
Aw.
Honestly, I'm sure we're close to a thing, but like, can you guys give me like 1 minute? I want to go out and feel rain for the first time in half a year.
You
Yeah,
deserve it.
Give me a second.
Does he not shower?
That's not rain. Let the California boy enjoy his rain.
Alright, so be it. Hello, chat. Let me just say, thank you so much for coming along with us on this journey to the moon and back.
I don't know if we're back yet, actually.
To the moon, we're on our way.
I'm still up here.
I don't
This
know
is
if
my
you're gonna
home
leave.
now.
I think you're fully patriated.
Yeah. Such is my lot.
Hey, Al, are you cozy? He cozy.
Oh, he
Oh
comes.
yeah. By the way, Will, fantastic fucking job with Strongheart.
Oh, thank
The
you.
entire time. Oh my god, you were killing it.
Thank you. I appreciate
So
that.
powerful.
Y'all been doing lovely. Thank you for taking Kazuma. I'm sorry he's not exciting or fun.
He's alright.
Yeah. I apologize for people's probably streams eardrums because there were a couple times I even heard myself through someone else's mic and I was
Probably
like,
my
oh
headset.
shit. Yeah, it was just like someone
It was called for.
someone did actually ask, it was like, is that the same level of blah as Ashnard?
I am back.
Oh!
Welcome back.
Hi, Rainy Boy.
It's like the lightest drizzle I've ever seen, but it is raining. It's very funny. It's like tropical storm. Drip. Drip.
It's like a little pizzle.
In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zieks,
Guilty.
not guilty.
Not single.
Not guilty. That's what was on the dog collar. That's what the B stands for.
That B does look like the same font.
Guilty.
Guilty. My brother. Guilty.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Bilty.
Didn't do anything.
Bilty, ain't that the Dullahan from Durarara?
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Oh boy, the 4th of November? Some crazy shit's happening tomorrow.
Oh my god.
But did I sacrifice too much? No. What did you sacrifice?
Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't believe you stabbed me.
I really must. Ow! It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much, puts the knife away. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Yusotto.
Oh!
You didn't do anything in this case.
I just kind of sat there and looked a little cute, you know? Just little Susie things. Your kind words mean so much to me.
Van Zeeks puts a hand on her shoulder. Sometimes that's all we need.
Get the hell out of here.
Am I not a part of the circle now?
It
really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, I didn't get Hatsune Miku's autograph.
Well,
she's gone.
Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exploding, but it explodes like a watermelon.
Just detonates.
But in exploding the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what that's. I can't.
He's just sitting on the couch behind you, like head in his hands, like. Oh.
I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well. In that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeeks' smiling face,
Oh god, the world will fucking end. Everything will seem much better.
I would love it if he came in with a smiling model and he looked awful.
Yeah, just like that.
Mr. Zotto, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Susato, what was his name again?
Oh my god.
Jerry. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
That's why we pay him.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh! Yes?
That was for making fun of my brother Clint. Just punches him in the gut.
When did I do that?
Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here, in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. Why own eyes to me? I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Cry me a river.
What was it he said? Don't be racist, please. To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
Sorry.
But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama, wherever he is, will have a smile on his face at this very moment.
Guys,
Wherever
I'm
he
here.
is.
Guys, I'm standing in the circle. Shame he's not here. Guys.
It's almost like I can hear. Actually, no, I can't hear his voice. I got nothing.
Yeah, sorry,
Kazuma.
Kazuma. I'm in the circle now.
Just drop kicks him out of the frame.
Miss Susato.
What's his name?
There's another face like thunder here.
Oh, that's Eric. Oh, and he really was here.
Hello, Eric.
Great.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Sorry, that was really hard to say.
Congratulate me?
You have blood dripping from your mouth. Both of them turned to you at once. Do I?
You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
I mean, he did murder your brother, though.
Yeah.
Technically, yes.
It was a duel.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Wow!
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
My brother?
Yeah, Clint.
Yeah.
Asuki is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death.
Oh, it was probably just to keep Iris alive and
Yeah.
probably not tell her who he was.
Yeah. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. His brother, Clint.
That's him, like pointing at the paper.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
Probably Sholmes. Oh no.
I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
I'm a woman and I fucked your brother, Clint. It was 10 years ago. It was 10 years ago, as you know, in Markley prison, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin, who was in the prison. Next to the cemetery.
Which prison? Which prison?
Markley prison. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
Oh, I thought he said, whatever it is, I'll consider it.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret, telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask that you do the same favor. You're the only person that I can truly rely on.
What about Seishiro?
No.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring?
All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro. Okay.
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugene.
Right, I see. Very well, then.
I mean, we know why, but why?
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Winnie the Pooh in Devon. I found I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. In the ground, I put it there.
I'm a lady against the wall!
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters, multiple she had, a beast she was, to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember.
She had pink hair, so she was going to be a main character.
Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a door. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had been clearly... Sorry, one of my many waters came out. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place.
Guilty.
B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Quint Van Zieks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case?
That is a really good question.
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
Why was she in like a shitty old apartment, like a tiny house? If she was a lady of no, like.
I think they were like, because he confessed he confessed everything to his wife, so I think he was like trying to, I don't know,
get her to run away
or something.
Either that or she left him.
Also, Barrick, why would you not question why his wife was not around?
Yeah, after
for
that.
like, did you not know that she was pregnant?
His wife was getting so fat.
Well, if I had to guess, she probably exploded.
It happens a lot.
That's what happened to my mother.
It just happened to Strongheart a couple minutes ago. Well, your brother said he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of an infamous mass murderer. Who gives a shit? She would be in the aristocracy of England.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Ziek's family as much as possible.
Written by Shu Takumi.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man is someone I can trust. Take my baby. I've honored my...
Take my baby back to his crib.
Becky, I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan, and I was already neglecting one daughter. I didn't have the time to neglect two. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
So you gave her to Sholmes? What a cruel fate.
What a freak-ass thing to do.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
He said no, but I'll get her to make me breakfast and do all of my chores.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. No offense, sir, but you're a bad father twice over.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Ah, the new experiment! I could sell this for rent! Mr.
First test, bounciness!
Ah, it works!
Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was give her a name.
Oh?
I named her.
Comment in chat. Who else but Sholmes could have breastfed her?
So, I got to name her, and I named her Locomotive, but Sholmes said that was bad and named her Iris.
So I need to brace myself for him being like, I gave her a name and I gave her to Sholmes, and Renosuke being like, I understand, continue, I'm putting one and one together, and he's gonna be like, her name was Iris, and Renosuke's gonna be like, of course, what? And it's gonna make me so angry.
Yeah.
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife by abandoning my daughter. So it was my name that I gave the little girl.
Your what? Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words...
Wow! Would you... Ayame? Mikotoba? Does Ayame mean rainbow?
Oh.
Well, it might just mean iris or a flower, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
You'd think that Susato would have noticed that, maybe.
Susato's so selectively dumb.
I had no idea!
Ding dong! It's the stupid train!
Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? You're dinging your dong!
Ah, this little thing just pinched me on the behind through my pocket trouser. Hard.
Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ah, yes, we can hear you!
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
You don't need to tug, you can just talk into it!
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was, you got him.
You know what would be amazing? Is if Holmes wasn't at Buckingham Palace and was just like, they can't fucking see the Queen, and they're just bluffing.
Just making that shit up, yeah.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel.
It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Luna! Susie!
Oh, Iris, we can't tell her about her parents.
Can't tell her.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Now all we have to do is go home and Bob's your uncle.
Actually, that's me.
Hello, Bob.
And she loved my blend so much that she's made me general attorney. I'm
She
ecstatic
liked
for
my
the
blend
position.
so much that she's taken a nap and she still hasn't got enough.
And you're an ace attorney, so I'm in command now.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you, Iris. Speaking of which, we have some to
Party
spill.
to celebrate.
It's my birthday.
And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't.
Are you going to turn down my tea party, you shithead?
No.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again.
No! Really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
I'd love to go to your party. It sounds very nice. Very nice. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back on soon.
What's that? One final pinch goodbye, was it? My ass!
I know that ass well.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
Good.
Yeah.
He just gets angry. All right, I was expecting a little more than that. Me too, looking at Cosmo.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
No. What? No. Are you
Get
kidding?
kicked by a horse. Certainly.
Fall off your horse, idiot.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you.
How deep?
What do you mean? I'm familiar with bat caves. I believe you saved my life.
Bruh, please.
The worst part of that is, that immediately makes me think of the term when you need to, kind of subtly tell your friend they've got, a visible booger, which is, bat in the cave. So it's just my love knows.
Ew! I've never heard of that.
Wait, Lord Venzi, stop! They're making gross noises!
Yes?
What are you intending to do now? Go to my house? I've been in a prison
I want to
cell.
go home and have a bubble bath.
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Why?
Oh, no!
Oh, sorry.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized.
Sorry.
Not.
That one was a scroll. Whatever.
So, as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon.
I still think you did it.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Let him rest, dude. Fuck off.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
Really? Have you been listening to me, this whole case?
You
I
are
waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can.
Get out of my fucking country. I don't like you.
Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Whatever.
Call me, maybe, please.
On what? I'll call you names. Kazuma
Oh,
Asagi.
you stupid.
It seems as though he's really matured suddenly, after very rapidly unmaturing.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. You've grown an inch taller.
This is so gross. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. I have boobs now!
I hate this series. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. We must. We must.
We must.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Just thinking again about how hot Taika Waititi Blackbeard is.
It's really good.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I don't want to be in this country anymore. Oh, JPEG dinner.
Just for me.
Compressed, just like I like it. I'm home. Oh, great.
Oh, great.
Hi, Gina. About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colourful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right, I'll remember that.
That fireworks girl, I think I said this already, but she has the personality I wanted Gina to have. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. Jones? We must hear this.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I assure you will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself?
Yeah.
What do you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
He's literally high off his ass.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still, it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba, finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits.
How did I finally get back from the Bailey, but Miss Suzette, whatever?
They sent me home to cook.
I was never there
hate
either.
This country.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. I haven't seen Susato in a very long time.
I wonder whose fault that is.
Stirring angrily.
Bruno, there you are.
Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
I'm here for some reason.
Not you, Gina. Not you.
I'm
You
to
have to
fill
sit
me
by the
boots.
No, you sit by the window, dear.
Oh, all right.
On the outside of the window.
Like a pigeon. With your little hat.
No, the dog can stay.
Is that really true, Gina?
Haven't I endured enough bullying?
Sorry, Yam.
Yeah, I'm losing me copper's cobbling, and I'm going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
Honestly, good.
Good.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jimmy? Is it because they're all corrupt pigs?
No, it's because I was thrown on here as a deliberate scam that Sholmes was hoping to protect me by throwing me to France with Gregson, and I have no formal police training, and no one believes in me on the force, and I'm really bad at it.
Oh man, bruv, I feel that.
Oh, boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reba ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he?
Oh, what?
Well,
Oh, what?
oh, what? People can change, you know.
You've never heard a cock called a dick?
I know, in universe,
You know,
though.
it's just, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Huh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch. And the crown has been reattached. Yeah, by you.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. Why am I saying this?
They weren't really great.
For 10 years without fail. Why are we exonerating Gregson? He's not a good dude.
No.
Measured
I
every
wish he were, but he not.
But now, it's stopped.
Like, if we're gonna paint everything Strongheart did as, like, narcissism, then, like, we're not allowed to also make Gregson a good guy. You cannot have that cake and eat it too.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. Are we gonna convince her to be a cop? No! No! By
Finding the watch.
Okay. By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
Right, never mind.
Yeah, no, sorry, yeah, I know how these games work.
It's gotta be me. Ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was, well, he was my boss.
God, what a waste of this design.
Yes, Ginny, yes he was.
Yeah. And I made you promise and all, didn't I, Iris?
Oh, you can break that, though.
I'd become a proper detective one day and track down the old man.
Oh!
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming.
Hard cut to 15 years later, dragging a skeleton through the door.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Oh, yes, he's bones now, didn't you hear?
Yes, I think...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Does Iris know? No,
She probably
right?
knows. She probably knows.
Maybe she probably just figured it out herself. She's smart.
Huh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Luno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Yes, you have caused me trouble. I left her with Holmes. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized.
Whoever
My
left me with
daddy-
Shirley must be a monster. I
Afraid
never want
of
to
nature.
meet them.
No heart, the heart in your body does not pump blood. It pumps gasoline, I don't know. My daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from.
Maybe.
Don't you agree, Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Oh my god, they just don't tell her.
Thank you.
There's
Hurley.
no reason to.
I guess, but
Thank you, Daddy.
Yeah. I think that moment is supposed to be like, my dad, like whoever my dad is, he's great. Isn't that right? My surrogate dad. She's trying to be like, I accept Holmes as my essential father.
I think, Yukotoba,
Do you? Yes, Holmes?
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh,
For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it if it were not for you.
you old softy,
You-
Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. So long as you're happy, it doesn't really matter what the girl thinks.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
No. Oh well.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
What have I done?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. I'm leaving Britain, the home of the world's greatest detective. And my home, too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Susato. No.
Naruhodo, I'm sleeping in your bed tonight.
Oh, Professor.
Be careful. I have a special way of snoring. Sounds like a German Victrola. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato's-san went aft after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
She's killing Kazuma. I see.
Finally.
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. I just love keeping parental secrets. Not for any good reason, it's just funny to me.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
My mustache swallows many secrets, Ryunosuke. It will swallow this secret.
What the fuck?
I mean, did your mustache just... Yes, it kissed me.
Oh, excellent. Much better joke.
Good save.
Good joke upcycling.
I made up my mind many years.
Thank you, chat, for reminding us it's her father, Clint.
You're right.
Outstanding.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Her father's final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes. Had to take some other drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You had stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. What? Fuck.
What was I saying?
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me no doubt.
Baskerville. His wife of his brother, Clint.
If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeekses. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Can you imagine your daughter finding that story and being like, Iris! Wait, no, shit. What's your name? Susato! Never tell anyone you saw this book!
Explicitly thinking, I can never let word of this book travel from my 10-year-old daughter to England. Like, what an absurd reaction.
Yeah.
And also, Iris wrote the book.
Yeah.
I like bringing this up every time because I got so annoyed by it the first time, and I'm like, I am quintupling down on that.
No, it is really stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. Maybe this next sentence will de-justify it. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with arrows is now playing Path of Exile, family emblem around its neck.
That's a big collar.
Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I had to call her back so I could kill her. So I invented that story about having collapsed.
Yuki, your mom collapsed!
To justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once.
I called her back to kill her, but I missed and stabbed Asashin. I jumped.
all in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is, why did you do that? Is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean.
Soames sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I had read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
If it's this much trouble, why not just destroy it?
I don't know. It was the only case. It was the only case Soames and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Soames and I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Soames for safekeeping. Why? Why didn't you keep it or burn it? What are you doing?
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
Despite the fact that
she
wrote it. She read the notes and then made a fucking book.
She wrote the manuscript.
We couldn't let her find out about the manuscript she wrote. That's right. Because Soames had told me how astute she'd become. She wrote it, though.
She wrote that manuscript, but if she ever read it,
she can write it, but boy, if she reads it.
She might be like, hey, wait a minute. So I couldn't let her do that.
Just like all of Shu Takumi's writing. If she reads it, well, she might go, hey, wait a minute.
However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
We should destroy it. The memoir? No, Iris.
I'm losing it.
She's just walking down the street. La-di-da-di-da. Pop.
Take the shot. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth, but I'm afraid of responsibility. I don't like telling girls things.
Don't worry, I've got an assassin lined up.
I really didn't even like being a girl.
Oh, I wonder if my daughter is also trans, or rather my son. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. Because someone else will be doing it and not me. What a lovely character trait.
Yeah. Actually, Professor, I
Iris! Iris!
I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I hate everyone here except Iris. And she lives with Soames.
I understand. Why don't I leave Susato with Soames?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, despite being better at him than everything.
Also, Kazuma's probably going to jail, so I don't...
Please God.
Yeah, Kazuma sure did do a bunch of shit and attack a police officer. It doesn't matter. I don't care. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Ah! Flashbang!
Ah!
Ew! A girl! My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Shut up! With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Soames all gently pushing me in that direction. You know, I think I like the first game better.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
I spent the
This
best...
game did have Enoch Drebber and Maria
It did have Enoch Drebber. The third case in both games was the best one. I think. Yes? Whichever one was with Enoch Drebber, I don't remember. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. That's me. I bet you're wondering how I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The prosecutor's path, the Ace Attorney investigations too.
The straight and narrow, the gay and wide.
The gay and wide?
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. And one day I'm going to have just the dumbest descendant. So stupid. So dumb.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well, then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. It's such a shame. I'm really bummed they didn't mention Lord Strongheart's love of forensics and that being... They just dropped that altogether, hoping I'd forget about it entirely. Because it's Ace Attorney, and once someone's revealed as a villain, they're not allowed to have depth or intrigue.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night.
He vanished.
I'm a baby.
Susato-san, were you planning not to tell me things? Father loves that.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Alright, get out.
Goodbye.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
It's not my place to learn what my father's plans are.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy, you know. I'm sorry I did, yes. I couldn't help but.
Oh. How much did you hear?
Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer?
Yes, I'm sorry, I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright.
Oh.
I already knew that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. Nice that we actually get to say it this time instead of you just fleeing the country for no fucking reason. Am I right?
Well, you know the reason. He called me back and was like, don't
No,
talk
I'm
about
talking
it.
about the time you left with the cat flap door. Shut you up quick.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. Oof! Ooh, Kazuma zoned! I mean, I know he's...
Shut up.
But he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly by having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side, who could eventually trans her gender and move up the ranks to become the real lawyer, and then Kazuma becomes your assistant. You see where I'm going with this?
Trans his gender. Reno's.
Sure, whatever.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Now would be a really cute time for her to read his mind. Boo.
It's growing late. You should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a subordinate or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. The darkness befell upon us in that moment.
It was strange. She reached out and just slowly closed my eyelids.
The twist!
He blew into my mouth.
Sorry, I've never kissed you before.
I'm so happy you are familiar with that joke.
It's so funny.
I can't believe this day's finally come. Oh no, no, you're the only person I like! You can't do this to me! I don't dislike Susato, but... I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there in Sholmes' apartment.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise.
Who are those strange men?
Let's go. Come on, Iris. Iris picks her up. We're going. We're leaving.
It was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long.
What case?
For
a while. I was really in the zone and you just yanked me out.
Sorry.
No, it's funny.
For a while, at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
Let's kill them! Kill! I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright. Oh, you figured out who your dad is?
What?
Nothing.
Oh my god.
Alright, Iris, you do that. They all died.
Honk! Honk!
Punk!
Punk.
Susato-san.
Let me turn it up.
Ooh, dialogue.
What if that was the only voiced line in this scene?
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
I ate it.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
No.
He's so stiff.
I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
No.
Sorry?
Push him into the river.
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Oh,
We're not friends.
Is someone else on the boat?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Yeah.
Me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
Bye.
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Why? You're bad at
I'll
it.
stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
I literally thought that was just gonna be, oh. Like,
does he become Von Karma?
No, Von.
Have a favorite
No, they mentioned it really quickly offhand. It was just kind of stupid. They were like, "Yes, the sword is really well known. In fact, one of Genshin Asugi's other disciples had his family named after the sword." It was like really brief. I was like, "Okay."
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
All right, I'll take care of it. Hip, yeah. Sploosh.
Sploosh.
Because I've seen it now.
What, the obvious note
I've
inside
seen
the hilt?
what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
You still have a sword.
I'm Tobias Gregson.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days.
I thought you wanted to
it
get
really
rid
did
of the
eat your
demon.
brain cells.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
Man, Kazuma could have been done so much better.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
I know Ryunosuke's actor is just playing it very polite and reserved, but it really sounds like he's just like, okay. Anyway, the boat's leaving.
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Yeah, I could probably pawn it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Sploosh.
Until
Do
we
I
meet
eat
again,
it?
then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Yeah, you're alright. You can come along.
I mean...
I don't want to be near Kazuma.
I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
Am I?
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all.
You mean you knew about this?
About what?
But what was going on?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
What?
So, going back to Japan. So predictable since someone told me you'd be doing that.
Especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
Yeah, I thought, I don't know.
What are his feelings?
I thought we were supposed to be close.
We've never discussed it, of course.
We
And
never
Naruhodo-san
discuss
has made no
anything.
such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
How?
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Oh, I'll do much better than that.
office.
Of course.
Bats, kill her. No.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Nah.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
Oh, my daughter's coming back. I have to stay in England, actually.
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have
What?
me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Oh my god, I'm gonna push both of them into the harbor.
Don't worry, I got it.
I love at the end of the first Ace Attorney game, they have this exact scene with Maya where she's like, I'm not good for anything! And Nick is like, no, like, oh god, my default lawyer voice is so British now. No! Remember how you stole that piece of evidence and that was the whole case? Your kleptomania saved us, but you're just sitting there like, no, Maya really should never be allowed near a crime scene. She's a walking disaster. Ah!
What's wrong?
I got bit by a
Your
bee.
luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine
We are friends.
judicial assistant has everything
Push.
in hand as always, I see.
Honk.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
What?
Time to go then.
That's Iris.
I
Look
know,
after
but
yourself,
like,
Ryunosuke.
I don't think they wanted to hire a 10-year-old girl for one line.
yeah.
I'm going to kill you here and now.
Fight!
Fucking Fire Emblem.
You are the ocean's gray wave.
Once more. We'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom.
And then they didn't do that.
As a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Oh, no, no.
No,
Whilst-
Rihodo, no.
We don't usually do this with swords.
I hope we never do this again with anything.
Oh, also, thanks for giving me the broken sword, dick.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could.
You did once, though.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so
Fuck
much.
off.
What are
I'm
you?
very much indebted to you.
Who are you?
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Anyway, I billed the rent to your flat back in Japan.
I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in York. What?
Oh,
The truth
please
is,
don't come
although
over.
many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted.
I can teleport.
One day.
Oh yes.
It doesn't even take. It only takes one spell slot.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
I'm 26!
I am a grown woman!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Okay.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh, it's auto-going. My favorite part of read-throughs of any Ace Attorney game is when you get the epilogue where, like, every alive character who wasn't convicted gets 2 or 3 sentences, and you have to rapid-fire voice act with the entire cast. I love it.
Fate will lead me next.
You just see Van Zeeks running on the dock with a like a bag.
This won't be my
Wait!
last meeting with
He's
the
got a
friends I've
bindle.
made
I thought you were
in
gonna say a bouquet, and I actually thought that was
Aw.
really
when we're
cute.
together again.
Oh yeah, he's got a bouquet too.
No doubt. the
Bats,
first who ever
carry it
did
to him.
Come, the game is afoot.
It's over.
The ship,
Well-
with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
I hated
knew
those
that-
fuckers, he said.
The time
For he knew they.
Freeloaders!
but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
I wasn't wearing this.
Why am I
But to
white
gently
here?
close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
I can't believe they threw fucking
Shadow's
at him.
house.
Just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection.
Objection!
Oh my god.
Until
It's-
we meet again, Bruno.
Such a bad objection. You couldn't do one more take?
You know, I would have loved it if they did 2, and as he gets more confident, it changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice work, Shu. Now, it's usually interspersed with the credits. Yeah, here we go. And it auto goes, so you just have to go.
I've been thoroughly inundated with complaints about, oh fuck, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. And what of the promised close court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. It's the Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe classic has no words whatsoever.
A really good job,
Quasimodo
actually.
did a really
Yeah.
good job.
Excellent
I mean,
character designs.
That was sprung on you.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made
Aw.
Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Bitch!
Man,
Keep
that really
going.
would
Good job.
that really would have hit me if they'd made Sholmes more of a dad instead of just a
Yep.
fucking like someone Iris has to babysit.
Menace.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side.
Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom.
My nipple.
Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Get out of my office, Kazuma!
Party.
You know what you did. You made him leave.
Oh, good luck, Yam.
The boss left a note for me, you know. I can read every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby's here is gonna keep doing for Londoners. Only wish I could have said it, how grateful I was before he, you know.
Get out of here.
I'm dead!
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me when I needed the true self of me, that is, good. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable future. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, or la Gregson, as they say.
His face!
Yeah, I've never fucked.
No bitches.
No bitches, but I got fishes.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Holy fuck, it's so fast. Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this cat's counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom.
Oh, really?
Really?
That was you.
This is just
Yeah.
sends the British courtroom all the time!
Yeah!
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
Oh, Sonaga. He got the shit beat out of him.
Oh, buddy.
I have not healed.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Yes.
Oh.
Mummy. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Imagine not making this bitch the lead detective.
God.
This is a bitch I would believe assassinates people.
Yeah.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that he doesn't have a boyfriend. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked a splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Berg, come to my rescue again, please. I just wish I could vanish into thin air sometimes.
Wish granted.
Bats just pick him up, drag him out through the chimney.
Bats just cover him in a cloud and then a skeleton remains. Hell yeah.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we to spills would not do.
You know what? Get it, girl.
Get it.
I don't give a shit.
Why am I in jail? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits
Yes!
of things I've missed.
Everyone calls me Peppino, and I sell spaghetti. It's a morena del Mahera.
Hey, everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daly, how
Charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
I mean, the redheads are rich.
Yeah.
They're
from
like
the
princes.
Yeah.
I like that they're just redoing the Egbert and the John Lennon ending.
John Lennon.
God, I love those two. Boo! Boo!
Accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up on the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me.
Where's Trapper?
But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care.
I'm selling this.
Yeah. That's fair.
Me now? No? Oh, a cutscene.
I bet people are really mad that they don't get to see more of Drabber. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san, something something. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
A slug comes out of Siv's mouth. I've returned!
Strongheart rises again!
Who is hiding in the bookshelf? Oh, I see.
Gotta crop the left side of that.
Wagahai!
Aw.
Hi!
What, the cat?
Why am I not allowed to be in the picture? Wait, hang on, Jones. Wait, Kazuma's allowed to be in it?
We're ignoring him, right?
Answer me!
I'm lost.
Where am I? The void!
Yay!
Aww.
I'm kind of sad that that didn't come up again.
Come
like,
back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robert Vernon!
Yeah!
Yes.
Freak ass.
Moon.
Moon!
I
The
wasn't in your
original
country.
astronaut!
Yeah.
I wasn't in your country, I jumped!
Oh. I wish
Simple
Hosonaga
times.
got to do more.
Hosonaga, I'm here twice! Let's go!
I think it's just whoever's relevant to the scene. So yeah, same deal as the first game. I like elements and I like individual cases. I kind of wish overall this duology had just been a fun, completely just an anthology of almost entirely unconnected cases with this cast.
Mm-hmm.
Because when it was doing its own thing, I thought it did a really good job. And I like the Clint twist is good. I don't think it's enough for the last case because I actually forgot about that bee lady. She has such a good design.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes!
It is me again.
Right next to the tower.
And man, the little German boy never came back either.
German boy, no.
How do I phrase this? I don't remember. Oh well.
Not using those two
They're
more is
so
a crime.
cute. Oh my god, I love them.
What are you doing?
Casting spells.
Beppo!
Hot actual hero. Oh no! God, he is Piff. He's a turtle. I love Venus so much. Venus sucks.
God, I was barely relevant, huh?
God, he's like 9 feet tall.
These two are good.
These two were good. These two were thoroughly entertaining.
I'm really glad they gave Civ and I another round of John Lennon.
John Lennon.
Oh, bye, fucker.
I don't know what the deal is with Gregson.
I don't think they did either.
Oh shit.
Oh, get it, Mikotoba.
I also think the Mikotoba reveal should have come way earlier because he and Sholmes have a good dynamic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Clint stuff, I like that. It's not nearly enough of like remaining unrevealed shit to propel a final case, because it felt like going into that case, we knew almost everything from the start. I love Damon Gant. Get those British words off of me. Stab him. Love a good rivalry. This isn't it.
No.
Like, we're definitely bullying Kazuma more than he deserves for the joke, but, like, also I really don't like Kazuma.
Yeah. I don't remember that guy.
That's Ryunosuke.
Capcom?
That's his
Yeah,
middle
that's his
name.
middle name.
Oh, good for him.
Good for him.
She's so small.
She's 16.
Little lady.
She's a little Japanese lady, like 200 years ago.
I had a good time.
Yeah.
I had a good time. Yeah.
Overall, I had a very good time. There's definitely some dumb shit, not nearly to the level of investigations in any capacity. And I gotta say, I while I was really like, oh boy, yeah, Strongheart's the bad guy, I think they actually did an okay job of bringing it back, of being like, yeah, all right.
I think Strongheart might be my favorite main antagonist of an Ace Attorney game. Like, even in the end, I'm kind of like, he got a point though. Like they tried to be like, you've never done anything for justice, but that's just like demonstrably not true in the rest of the game. I know they're going for like the, you should only be nice, but it's like, I mean, we've seen that doesn't work. And he just, like, yeah, it's interesting.
And he had results. Like, that's the biggest thing, is that he had results.
Yeah.
His point was proven.
Strongheart was pretty good. Will Strongheart, though, fucking superstar.
Yeah, very good. Great job,
Little
Will.
bit fruity, pretty good.
Thank you.
We already looked at these, but I hate that one.
It's not good.
If the skirt were longer, I think it would be cute.
Man. Let's look at our gallery. Let's look at some character art.
They're so good.
Do we get any new ones?
Oh, probably the exclamation marks are your new ones, so.
Oops, I just killed them all. Okay, I'd prefer to go this way. All right. I guess I was expecting a couple more. They must just be for the principal characters of the first game. There we go.
I'm a guy.
Oh, he was gonna be young.
Yeah.
They were probably
Or
gonna
maybe
have
that
change
is
him
him
in the
when he was young.
flashback.
Oh, you're right.
Can you make it big?
I cannot.
Really?
It doesn't seem to let me. There's no button indicating I can do that. Maybe I can. No, we had this question last time. We can.
Yeah. You should be able to just like click it again.
Z is back.
You
Chat-
double click it?
Chat help, I'm stupid.
Yeah, I figured just like double click.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay.
I like his eyebrows. I like that kept like throughout the design.
Handsome fella.
Okay.
He gained a nose in his age.
I earned this nose.
Ugh, the hair.
Character design crystallized in an instant. Yeah, because he's from a different game.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Large.
Large. Do.
Ugh, this fucking case. Though I forgot, I do love this guy's terrible name. Curio Corrector.
Dun.
This guy looks like an Emperor's New Groove background character.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
With great restraint, I stopped myself. LOL.
Lol.
Good for him. Golden
Baby.
Convoy character.
Yeah.
Especially this one.
Yeah. Arrow points. This is a baby. Lol. At least he's having a good time.
I mean, this guy carried this game, frankly.
Yeah.
This is true.
Oh, good. Okay, this is long writing.
Sanaga.
Real quick, I wanted to make sure none of these other ones have scroll bars. Okay, good. Fuck. I'm bad at everything. There we go. My boy, I love
Oh, the little
Hosonaga.
chicken! The little chicken! Oh.
I could sense this character had potential for further involvement. Me too, man. It's interesting. It sounds like they designed the characters before the scenarios are finalized.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which doesn't surprise me, but I don't think it's the best idea. Oh. This bitch has one piece of concept art that I'm like, robbed.
Yeah, robbed. They made it through.
Oh, I literally forgot you existed.
Mm-hmm.
For these, I can't click left and right. I have to use arrow keys.
Mm-hmm.
Santa.
Santa. Inside.
He really does look like Santa. It's like...
Oh, a fucking crime this dude never came back. Everyone else.
Help me!
I love his little guitar. It's so cute.
This poor guy. He had a rough
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, they really did have to exaggerate actual Soseki Natsume's features to make him look like the way he looks here.
Oh. Again, just was delighted when Wagahai was picked up and used in the game, even though he's just concept art. Love these two's
Oh my
design
god,
too.
his butt was on fire.
Yeah, we saw that once in the game.
I forgot.
Oh, someone mentions that there's actually more art plus new commentary in the From the Vaults section.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So, yeah.
These
thank you
two
for
are
the
my
heads up.
favorite. I love these two so much.
They're very cute. Aww.
They're so cute. Whatever. Okay.
Covered in chip fat. Lol.
Chip fat. Lol. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me even a little. Gina went a bunch of changes. Hello.
I'll be real. I love Strongheart's look.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's so
it's
good, man.
Very much a Will JRPG villain.
Yeah, no, I love it.
More reminiscent of a clergyman.
Honestly, I'm probably going to use this guy as a reference for a future character in Evan Ward.
Hell yeah.
I probably would have used him for Oleander if Oleander hadn't already gotten
Oof.
art. Oh yeah. So, have you heard of the Board Yacht Club?
This guy has the same hair as Diana from Little Witch Academia.
Oh yeah, actually.
I dig it though. It's good colors.
I like him.
I'm just an eggy boy.
We'll have to call it a day.
Oh, I love this little bear.
Mouse.
It's a mouse.
There's big stories, so please finish, or big spoilers, finish both games first.
Shruanosuke! Oh, and the Japanese is Chunosuke.
Okay.
Bunny.
This is so cute.
Bunny.
It looks like a little lamb.
It does.
Yeah, I think that outfit could have been really good if she had a longer skirt.
Yeah. Look at this fucking
Look
asshole.
at that shitty. Look at the fucking one on the left.
God, I love it. I love this evil pose, though.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I would have loved to see the fancy.
No! Why?
It's a Waggai cat mask. Baby.
Aww.
Baby.
I like her normal outfit a lot more than her other one.
Yeah, her funny mouse outfit.
It's just the buns. Like, if you just chop these off, I'd be on board with it.
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Dark demigod.
That really is Castlevania themed. That's
Yeah.
so funny.
Yeah. The character designer put in the work on this game.
I'd suggested the idea of giving Van Zieks a young male judicial apprentice during the development of the first game.
It's your fault.
It'd be hard to add a new character, but let me see what I can do. I certainly didn't expect things to turn out the way they did.
Okay, so Shu Takumi writes by the fucking seat of his pants.
Yup. Could act as a rival to Susato? That's so much better! I would have loved an evil Susato following Van Zieks around.
That would have been really fun. Ah, damn.
Boo.
Oh my god, that's so much better.
He looks like the top right illustration reminds me of Zhao Genshin Impact for some reason.
Yo, is that Fan Daniel?
Shut up, Will.
Also, I see it's the character model's fault for making his outfit look so stupid. It looks fine in 2D when it's not like Sentai uniform tight.
Still looks pretty tight there.
I feel like the character designer puts more thought into this than Shu Takumi does.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way.
Okay.
His brother.
Bruh.
Oh!
Oh, baby! Baby.
This is the dog?
That's a baby greyhound, man. Dude, Clint was fine.
Oh my god, the leggy!
The leggy.
The origin of the leggy!
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Leg art.
Baby Barrack is wonderful.
So cute.
11. Wow, he was 10 years older. Damn.
Yeah, that's it.
Literally.
Bro, you wrote this.
That was the only good twist in the last case. What do you mean you hadn't figured it out? The whole game is written around it. You can't do that.
Oh my god.
They call him Shu Takumi because that's what you're supposed to throw at him.
He just shoehorns it in.
Yours was better.
Maybe this artist should just write the game.
Oh.
Aw.
Oh, the little babies.
I feel we were robbed of a flashback case.
Baby
Yeah.
Iris!
The baby. The baby.
Take this milk, Sholmes.
Man, a flashback case would have been great.
Okay, so all of Mikitoba's backstory was set in stone from the very beginning, but the Baskerville shit was a late game addition? Huh, that's funny.
Dance of deduction.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get
Oh.
one of this.
So nice.
Damn, the only new character slated to appear in episode 1 was Many Memo, huh? Yikes. And the defendant was Mikitoba. That's interesting. A series of thoughts struck me when I read that draft.
Wow. This artist saved Shu Takumi's ass.
Could be either Suzato's best friend or a younger schoolmate who absolutely adores her. You know, maybe...
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
God, I love Hosonaga so much.
Turtle.
I thought it would be easier to generate excitement at a glance if we could show some favorites returning in bathing attire from that era. Hosonaga! Yay! Many memo. Can't believe we're not gonna get the other Giselle Brett design. I'm livid.
So much detail.
Oh. His head and profile is a bee in flight.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Hello.
Did we go over any really exciting designs?
Not really. Just interesting to read for me.
Very sharp eyebrows.
During the first game's development. Richie Nande.
Richie Nande. God.
Yes. Amazing work.
I wasn't about to miss it. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, the little toys. Yeah. Snake. Yeah, the butterfly themes on her were really cute.
I love this drawing on the bottom right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, these two. That's cute.
Beautifully matching outfits. Shoryuken? What?
I don't know.
When he does the jump with his hand
Oh,
We can do what we want.
Oh, I thought it was a little Mario hop.
Yeah.
I'll
in the air. I
take
mean,
what
it's
I
probably
can
probably a bit of column A, column B.
No, Daily, your hair.
Slorp.
Oh. I don't know. I was told she was a match seller. What do you want?
Mm-hmm.
That explains why Beppo wasn't as fun as he was in the first game.
Mm. Big men.
So I was reading Full Metal Alchemist when I learned about this character.
Yeah.
So I gave him a snatched waist. Oh my god. Bro.
Evil!
Evil.
His hair turned into like a twister when he got mad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yay!
Aww.
Ibby bibby. It's Katsuma.
They could make a killing off these if they sold them.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of his ideas, of course.
Oh man, is the little Van Zeeks actually a bat?
No, he's like a cat there, but I don't think you can see him very well.
I think if you press T, it'll hide the text window.
I think it's a wolf.
Nyan Bikusu.
He's a cat.
No,
It's
no,
Nyan Bikusu.
Yambiksu! Aww.
Hey, Gina.
The Master Apprentice. That's my Twitch splash screen.
Yeah.
These are like incredible illustrations, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, good point. Strong Hearts at the top.
Isn't the top in both?
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful artwork. Okay, this is the... I was like, I know there's another one where Strongheart's facing away. That's the one I was thinking of. Can't believe it's these two and not Susanoo.
Man.
Good job, Kazi and Nuri. Like, man.
Yeah.
Why don't you write it next time?
Yeah, no shit.
All right. With that, we have come to not only the
Finally done
conclusion of this game.
The final.
This really was the final testimony. I have now played every fucking Ace Attorney game. Every single one. I'm done. Yeah, so we're definitely not gonna do anything next week. I want a break.
Oy.
And the week after, we'll see. Right now, I think the next thing that's gonna occupy the Friday slot is gonna be Night in the Woods. And
yeah.
I think we're gonna try and get Danny Chambers on board for that read-through. And speaking of Danny Chambers, so do I like Ace Attorney? I still don't know. I think yeah. Don't read it out loud though. Speaking of Danny Chambers, let's raid Danny Chambers.
Let's jump scare her again.
Let's-
Oh, I warned her.
400 of you.
Don't warn her.
Too
No. Just kidding. Nothing is coming. Okay. Bye.
Toodles.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for
Play-
watching.
Play 6 on stream again. I dare you. I don't ever want replaying an AA game sucks. All right. Bye.